Pull the tight, orbital mechanics all night. Wrench in hand, All right. Purple time. All right. How's everybody doing? Hope everybody's doing well. Small oof. What's that? There's some chatter out there about damage to Blue Origin New Glenn's rocket. Reality, there was minor damage to the second stage during transportation, but it's not expected to significantly change the timeline. I still think November 9th is a reasonable target for escapade. How did the repair go? Good. Had a couple of, had a couple of road bumps in the road, but we got it. Yeah, see? It's good. Aitor, wait, what? You got yelled at for going to school. Basically, you went to school during a student strike and got told off because of it. A student strike? Student strike. You have those in Spain. Yeah, okay. What are they protesting? What are they protesting? Just out of curiosity. You've piqued my interest. SLS. Wrong answers only. Students were protesting against current events. I'm not saying that. They're protesting against current political events. Okay, yep, not a surprise. Um, you, the, you're not, Aitor, you're not going to be able to explain this to them, but because kids have a really, really fundamental understanding of the complex, the complex intricacies of political science and policy. You know, that's fine. Yeah, of course they understand. High school kids, yeah, they know, right? No, that's fine. That's good. With their modern world history education. Yeah, that's great. These Aitor, just remember it this way: the people that are out there, calling off school, calling off, oh, we're going to school, we're protesting this, we're protesting that. You're only hurting yourself doing that in multiple ways. You're only hurting yourself. Now, don't get me wrong. There's nothing wrong with exercising your right to be able to speak what you want. That's fine, sure. I mean, I don't know how that works in Spain. Here, that's totally fine. But walking out a school like that is only hurting you. You know why? And it sucks, if you're not into that protest or anything. It's only hurting you because you're not getting educated. You're not getting the education that you need. You only have a finite window when you're young, from like 14 to like maybe 24, where you build the habits that you're going to have for the rest of your life. And it's really hard to change after that. So, it's very important to learn a lot of fundamentals and learn as much as you can in that time period, as much as you can. Now, don't get me wrong. There's nothing wrong with learning when you're older. That's fine. It's easier to do it when you're young, when you have higher what's called neuroplasticity. So, I mean, yeah, those students are going to yell at you, if you go to school because you want to learn more, right? They're going to, you don't believe in this? No, it's not that I believe in that. It's that I'm getting more educated so I can actually make a difference. And because 17 people went to school out of 100, we couldn't have class. As somebody that teaches people things, now don't get me wrong, I don't do this out of the goodness of my heart. This is for profit. I make money off of this. This is my living. With that being said, I'm not trying to hamstring you guys for cash all the freaking time. I don't do that. Um, it, it somebody is influencing these kids to do this, whether it's social media or whatever. I don't know. It's probably the internet. The internet taught me a lot of dumb things when I was in my teens too. So I get it and I understand that. But somebody is not filling these, kids' ideas with like delusions and grandeur. Like that's not really what I'm getting at. What I'm getting at is like, you want to make a difference, right? Protesting school is not making a difference. That's not doing anything. That's just hurting them. And it's by proxy hurting you. When I was 16, 17, I would have joined a protest like that. But I would have joined a protest like that because I didn't want to go to school. I would have joined the protest and be like, yeah, let's protest. And they protest, everybody leaves school, and then I just go home and play Counter-Strike. That's, there was stuff like that when I was growing up. They're like, where were you? I thought you were protesting. I'm like, nah, I went home. Like, dude, my best advice is to just ignore them. Ignore them. They're going to sit there and they're going to protest so much school. They're either A, going to get held back, or B, what most likely is going to happen is that the teachers are going to run out of patience, give them a passing grade so they can get the hell out of there. And they'll graduate and they'll end up being useless. And they'll be a protester for the rest of their life. What I'm saying, Aitor, is that, it sucks that the teachers didn't conduct class. That's really annoying. If it was me, I would have asked for tutoring. And if the kids are going to yell at you, be like, oh, Aitor didn't protest. Yeah, whatever. Whatever, dude. Say whatever you want. Yeah, slacktivism, yeah.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
I don't know where these kids are getting these ideas that hampering their own education is going to somehow make a difference overseas in places where people are less fortunate. But that is the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life. And it sucks because that's the impression that these kids have, and that's how they're going to think they need to see change, do change in the future. You're only going to do change by whining. You're only going to do change by not appealing to whoever is higher than you. Like, I'm going to stick it to the teachers by protesting for this cause, for climate change or whatever. That's fine. That's great. You do whatever you want. That does not help. That doesn't do anything. You're not doing anything, especially when you're 16 or 17. You're not doing nothing. You really want to learn and you really want to curb climate change, you want to learn how to do that, go be a freaking climate scientist. Go learn it. Learn the intricacies to it. Don't insult the craft by just sitting there and using it as an excuse to cut school. That's gross. Be part of the change you want to freaking see. You know what I mean? I'm sorry, that drives me up the wall. As somebody that teaches, I try my best to, if you're younger and watching the stream, I try to steer you in the right direction. I will not try to be like, this cause is tantamount to anything. No, learning, as somebody that teaches, learning is the most important thing. I don't teach people what to think. I teach people how to think. That's important. And it sucks. It sucks that you have to go through that. It's really freaking annoying. If the teachers aren't going to teach class, ask them to tutor you. They got nothing but time. Use that time to get ahead. Seriously. You're teaching. I see this a lot with young kids. You're teaching them to be disruptive, and that's fine. Like, I get it, that whole punk phase. Like, dude, I had that phase too. Everybody does. You're teaching them to be destructive, but you're teaching a lifelong You're teaching them to be lifelong people that disrupt things, that rock the boat on purpose. The thing is that when you rock the boat on purpose and try to stick it to the man, eventually you're going to get old enough where there is no man. Eventually you're going to get old enough where you're the man and people are going to stick it to you. You know what I mean? People that, try to sit there and try to appeal to a higher power, right? Like, oh, hey, look, we're protesting to protest this issue, et cetera, right? That's all fine and dandy. You're remember that imprinting phase from like 13 to 24. If that's the habit that you learn, that's how those people are going to be for the rest of their life. They're going to protest something instead of actually trying to fix the problem, and you will get stuck in that way, and you won't learn how to do anything else but that. Just sit there and cry until someone changes something for you. Well, that someone that you're relying on with that kind of mentality is not always going to be there. It's like if you live with your parents and you rely on your parents to do stuff for you all the time, and you're a perfectly functioning adult. Your parents aren't always going to be there. You should be independent, because when they leave, you'll be screwed. If they leave this earth one way or the other, right? You will be screwed. And it pisses me off that someone out there is teaching these kids to be disruptive like that, instead of actually teaching them how to critically think and be able to solve problems. They just sit there and whine about it. It's very discouraging. It's really annoying. It's basically not happening here, the tutoring thing. Last week I asked my physics teacher for tutoring during recess, and you have recess in high school? And she said that she needed to drink her coffee. Yeah, Moist, don't get me wrong. If you want to be disruptive and you want to rock the boat, that's fine. You do that if it's needed. But I don't think kids nowadays have the wherewithal to know when and where and what to protest. They just protest everything. And that, whatever, if that's how you want. Rocking the boat works all the time, but, if rocking, to speak in an analogous term, right? If rocking the boat is akin to using a hammer, right? What happens if there's a screw? Can't nail a screw in. Just hitting the dopamine button, protesting, rocking the boat all the time does not teach you to solve problems. That teaches you to whine about it. Yeah, Vert, it is what it is. But Ator, just now, guys, I know some of you is like, well, what do we want, Kerbal? Peter, that was funny. I agree. What do we want, Kerbal? What do we want it now? Can we stop talking about this? Chaz, this is important. It's important for Ator to learn this, dude. Those people that are protesting don't give a frick about the cause that they're protesting. They don't care about nothing about that. Maybe some of them do, and that's all fine and dandy. But the vast majority of those people are hurting themselves, not you. And it sucks that you have to deal with this because teachers are refusing to teach class now. All right, fine. You go on the internet, find tutoring that way. Go to Khan Academy or something. Figure it out. Right? Always be learning, especially when you're young. Always learn new things. And if you get into a habit of always learning new things when you're young, that will stick with you for the rest of your life. Because when you're basically from 12 to 14 to 24, the habits that you form there are the habits you're going to be stuck with for the rest of your life. And it's very, very difficult to change them. Right? So learn as much as you can. That's just static. That's not your problem. You got it. Yeah. There you go. I like to learn new things. It's an incredible dopamine hit learning a new skill and learning how to do something. Like, Have I ever fixed a racing rig before? No, I just did though. I figured it out, man. Because I was always taught to critically think. You think about your problems, you assess the situation, you improvise, you adapt, you overcome. Whining about it was not something that I was taught to do. Can you learn to be good? No, not me. I need to get good. Yeah, Vert, interesting. But yeah. Aitor, just remember that. And guys, like once again, I'm not trying to make this a soapbox. I'm only trying to say this to show Aitor that this is a microcosm of your existence. Those people are hampering you from learning more, and that's very annoying, and it sucks. You got to deal with it. Figure it out. Figure it out. Study at home. Do what you got to do. It's obnoxious that you went to school and a bunch of kids yelled at you because you want to better yourself to try and make the world a better place when they claim to be skipping school to make the world a better place. It's hilarious. That's just... You got to focus on your education, Aitor. Focus on that. Focus and do as good as you can. It sucks that happens, but what are you going to do? One time in college, I was the only one to show up to class and the professor still taught. Yeah, there you go. What happened to KSP? Been feeling like I've gotten a lecture from my father. I'm 39. I don't know why I try. All right, let's play games. I'm loading up Kerbal now. Let's put the music back on. Go. Get Starbase Live audio up. Oh yeah, she cooking. Rents are a big part of the reason I keep coming back. We need more educators full of wisdom. The only reason why I have this perspective, Dan, is because that, like I said, dude, when I was in high school, I was one of the kids that skipped school. I skipped school because that's the cool thing to do for a protest or for this or for something. And then I just went home and played video. I walked home. I did not live near school. I walked all the way home to go home and play video games. You know, get your priorities straight. The sooner you get your priorities straight when you're younger, the better. And I will not, like, I know I should be playing KSP. I get it. I'm in the Kerbal directory. The title of the stream says play Kerbal, etc., etc. If a younger person is asking me for help and, you know, asking me a question and I can offer some wisdom to try and put them on the right path to not make the same mistakes that I made, I will stop and do it. You don't want to make the same mistakes that I did. You don't want to do that. You'll wind up playing Kerbal, engineering fake spacecraft all day, instead of actually building real ones. I made something of myself, Dan, because I pulled my head out of my tail, and it was extremely hard to curb the crappy habits that I got into of not being accountable to yourself and not being punctual. A thing that still plagues me to this day. My time management ability is atrocious because I didn't do it and I didn't learn how to do it. I didn't care. How many times do I say I'm going to be here for the stream and I'm not here? It's not acceptable. Like, that's not how the world works, and it still is with me to this day. And it's hard for me to manage time. But I do. Because I force myself to. Element 90-month resub. What's up, dude? Anyway. Margentine, everybody's circumstances are a little bit different, dude. You know, there's nothing against living with your parents. Like, you can live with your parents just fine. It's about being dependent on your parents. If you're dependent on your parents when you're in your 30s, it's just that your parents always, you're gonna get into a habit of being dependent on people, and that's not how the world works, dude. It's not how people work. Nobody wants to have a 30-something that can't make their own damn food or drive themselves somewhere. You know, eventually those resources that you have aren't going to be there. And you have to understand that. And the sooner you understand that, the better. And that's the only reason why, like, well, not the only reason. It's one of the only, like, that was a really, really sobering realization for me a long time ago. Like, oh crap. I can't just sit here and play video games all day. I can get paid to do it though, but now I run my business, etc., etc. You know, but you know, not everybody's gonna be able to do this. You know what I mean? It's a privilege to do this, and I don't like, on a side note, I don't take it lightly. Yeah, Bert, that'd be kind of nice. If you had your work ethic when you were in school that you do now, you'd be unstoppable. I know, Panta. But because I didn't learn how to do that right when I was younger, it's been an uphill battle for like the past 20 years. I fight this battle every day. It's my own personal demon. Talk about a character flaw. Anyway, let's go. But yeah, Aitor, screw everybody else. Hit the books. Learn as much as you can right now, because it's easier to learn it now than later. All right, let's get to Kerbal. Let's go. All right, so I unlocked the servos and claws. And then we also unlocked the girder adapter, bigger fairings, better flags. I got grip pads. We got everything. The reason why I wanted to do that is so we could unlock the Intercontinental Ballistic Ground Tracking Stations. The ICBGTS or something. Check this out. This is something that I'm borrowing from Mission Mode. It is a ground tracking station that acts as a relay. This thing is designed to... Or actually, I mean, it should be... You know what? We should probably upgrade the antenna. This thing is designed to be basically, well, a tracking station that you put on the ground and strategically placed to be able to get it to basically work as a ground tracking station. Now, these ground tracking station for deep space. This is supposed to be go further than the TDRS network that we have. Now, what I just realized is that this is from Mission Mode, and these ground tracking station satellites are using the RA-15 or RA-2s, and RA-2s are all fine and dandy, but RA-2s are what I have for TDRS, and that's not powerful enough to be able to get that far, to get all the way out to Minmus. I want these ground tracking stations to be powerful enough for Minmus and Moon operations. So what I'm going to do is we're going to replace them. I was going to replace it with a bigger dish. But then what the heck was the parachute attached to? How did I do that? Huh. Okay, I got another idea. Here's what we'll do. Cubic octag, parachute, dish. So the parachute, I put the parachute in the center of the dish because I think it's, I don't know, I think it looks cool. All right, excellent. Now, with the bigger dish, are we going to need more batteries? I'm going to say yeah, probably. So what I'm going to do is put another battery on there and call it a day. And then these, basically this thing, we launch it like a missile. And we launch it like a missile, and then wherever it lands, you know, if we can do a precise insertion here, we can get it to work. I don't think that changing the dish that much is going to change anything. I don't know. I'm just thinking maybe we should are you going to ICBM the ground stations to save time? I would love to build an airplane, King, to go and drop these and like maybe use Kerbal constructs to make a runway, but I don't have a plane to be able to fly that. I don't have any planes that can fly that far. I don't have the parts unlocked to get the planes to fly that far. So how does it break without engines on Minmus? The ground tracking station is going to be enough to get a signal out to Minmus, Leo. It's not going to go to Minmus, dude. Yeah, an RA-15s should be good enough. Nice, Tessa. I'm just worried that this thing might go end up going dish first. So if these only reach lunar and Minmus, how do we go further? There's a docking port on the side. Or in the future, maybe I'll have a bigger dish that we can fly in an airplane to these places, drop them and go. I really do want to go start messing around with like Kerbal EVA construction and see like really kind of see what you can do with it, dude. But for now, these will work just fine. Yeah, so let's go here, go into our subassembly. Put the subassembly here. Intercontinental Ballistic Ground Tracking Station. RA-15, 15G Ground Tracking Station. Cool. Save that design there. I'm wondering if this thing actually had like a drogue chute on it, but I don't believe so. Yeah, Pigzig, that's something that I want to mess with. I really want to get cranes operable in KSP for lunar operations, Minmus operations, Duna operations, or even on Kerbin. I'd love to do that. I really would like to, you know, build something that you wouldn't be able to build in the SPH, you know? And yeah, that's kind of why I build a lot of cranes from time to time. Okay, that's good. Now let's go get Octo 3 launch vehicle. All right, that was the Minmus hopper that we sent out last night to get the parts that we need for the ground tracking station. You know what? All right, well, it didn't sub-assemble the hopper for whatever weird reason. I don't know why that's going on. Yeah. All right, well, the placement of these doesn't have to be like superbly exact, but it should be pretty dang close. Now, what we're gonna do is we're gonna use Octo 3 to launch this on a suborbital trajectory. A high suborbital trajectory, and we're going to... Let's save that. And we can also mark the stage. 12th flight. All right, let's back out of here for a second and let's go look at the map. Where do we want this? Well, here's what I want to try to do. Not try. Here's what we're going to do. Let's look at an orbital view from Kerbin. Now, if we look, we have our tracking data and relay satellites 1, 2, and 3. Now, one of them is directly above KSC. See that? We placed them in a previous save. 2 and 3. They're triangulated around Kerbin. Ideally, what we want, if you see the triangle right there, right? You know, you can see that right there. Actually, if we shut off probes, we should be able to see it a lot better. Oh, it doesn't shut off the communications array. That's annoying. All right. Well, anyway, triangle's right there. Where I really want these things to be is here. I want them, if you split the difference, like if we're looking at TDRS 1 and TDRS 3, I want a ground tracking station to, well, actually basically be at the desert. Yeah, I want one at the desert. We're gonna need one on that peninsula right here. Oh, that's gonna be fun to try and aim for that. That's basically a sixth of the way around, right? And then we're gonna need one over here. I mean, it's on the dark side of the planet. I can't really see it, but yeah. Actually, yeah, putting one at the desert should be just fine. The reason why I want to do this way is because if this, say we have a desert tracking station and we're facing towards Minmus out there and Kerbin is out of sight, right? We can get the signal from the desert launch site. We can send it up to TDRS. We can send it up to TDRS 3, who can send it to TDRS 1, who can send it back to Kerbin. So what I want to do, right, is if we have Kerbin right here. Now, keep in mind, we're looking at it top down. KSC is right here. Right? And then we have the higher orbit out. Well, let's just use another circle. We have the TDRS satellites, right? And we have one right here. TDRS 1 is right here. 1, 2, and 3. What I want to do with my ground tracking stations, we already have, I mean, we have KSC right there. Now I'm thinking, we need to have equal coverage. So I was thinking right there, and right there would do it. And that will give us equal coverage, but we might only need to do 2 ground tracking stations if we have one right here and one right here. You ideally want the distances between the ground tracking stations to be 1/3 of the way around the planet. If we put them right under their corresponding tracking data satellites, that could work. So like if, say, Duna is over here, right? And we get the signal that comes from Duna through the big ground tracking station here, it can bounce it up here off 3 to 1 to KSC. Yeah. Yeah, that makes more sense. I was thinking originally put them here, here, and here and split it. But that gives me a ton of tracking over here and not a lot of tracking over here. It actually, we might only need to do 2. 2 of them here and here would be, yeah, I mean, it's not going to match the power of KSC. The tracking station at KSC is way more powerful than these small RA-15s. My tracking station's current power for the Deep Space Network is 50. These ground tracking stations are going to be RA-15s, so that's 15. That's good enough to get out to Minmus. That's perfect. Minmus in the moon, because that's where I want our operations to be for now. Later down the road, when we get bigger antennas, we can cluster them together and we could build out a bigger tracking array and maybe use Kerbal constructs to build one like with a runway or something, and we could send planes out there for science grinding or something. I don't know.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
What's a good way of keeping track of breakfast foods? You assign serial numbers.
Nice. Is there a power draw difference between the 2 relays? You've swapped 2, and will the solar panel still be able to keep up? Yes, there is, and that's why I added another battery. I'm just worried about it getting through the night, that's all. How did a racing seat repair go? It's fine. It went good, man. Yeah, everything's good. So now I'm thinking, you know, we only need to launch 2 ground tracking stations if we put them under each one of their respective TDRS satellites. So let's look at TDRS 3. Yeah, we want it somewhere out here. I seem to recall there being an island out here and me building ground tracking stations somewhere around here. I just don't know where. Keep in mind, it doesn't have to be equatorial either. We could put it down here. We could put it in this bay right here. could put it in the middle of Crater Lake, but there's no flat areas for it to land. What the hell? What island did I use out here? Maybe it was this one. I don't remember. Favorite Sith? What? What? I don't know. Anakin Skywalker. Or Darth Vader. I don't know. Jar Jar Binks. Nice. Could you explain real quick how ground tracking stations work in KSP? I've had some issue with comms. It's about having a powerful relay antenna and a powerful receiving antenna. The really quick and easy way to understand this is that you have to have, if you have a 2G antenna, a 2G receiver will get you the maximum distance. Does that make sense? Why not fly them on a dedicated suborbital vehicle? Because that would require engineering a dedicated suborbital vehicle. Raptor 3, 37, and 38 and 39 were seen on McGregor Live over the last 24 hours. They have now made enough Raptor 3s for a full stack. Obviously not all of them will be used for flight, but still cool. The ground tracking stations help bolster a relay network? Yeah, of course. Yeah. All right, so now let's plan this trajectory. What are we going to do here? Are we going to launch one retro? I don't think so. So much easier to precisely place these things when you have a damn plane. Would you make them fly like little planes? I'm trying to do something that's kind of off the shelf right now, Brandster. What I really want to do is get a cargo plane. Fly the dang cargo plane around. And have the cargo plane land. Like VTOL style. Drop the thing. Or just fly it by, drop the thing, have it parachute down. You know, fly the plane back somewhere. And then, you know, go to check on the ground tracking station and deploy the damn thing. Is that place where some asteroid hit Kerbal? It ain't called Crater Lake for no reason. Yeah, my gyroplane, the K-92 would be very useful. We could fly the K-92 out of the desert over there, have it land, pop the station out the back and go, but I don't think I have the parts. I mean, we could see. I know I don't have the landing gear. It's playing the music. Kerbal just decided to play the VAB music. Yeah, that's missing a lot. This thing would be ideally suited for this, but yeah, we don't have any of the parts unlocked. K92 looks big in this freaking hangar. An interesting challenge be building a scaled down version.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Yeah, I have one of those. I don't know the range on this thing, and we never really dialed it in. Perfectly in a triangle like that. I had 3 of them on a stage, and I put the stage into an eccentric orbit with the apogee at geostationary and the perigee at an altitude that is 2/3 of the orbital period of a geostationary satellite. A geostationary satellite, Kerbin, has a 6-hour day, right? So I put it into a 4-hour orbital period with the apogee at geo. I deployed one satellite, had the stage go all the way around, deployed another one, had it go around and deployed another one, and that triangulates it for you. You could do it with 3 separate launches. You just need to line up your transfer apogee at one satellite and then get the perigee going and then send it. You can do it with 3 launches. It's not that much harder. What else? Oh, geez. Structural I-beam, avionics nose cone. Gear small? Flat flag? Oh, the LY-35. It doesn't need that. I think I may have put that on there as its antenna. We could always just change the antennas. I don't have the small electrical rotor unlocked. That's annoying. Hey, Mr. Fuel Save. We do have a good amount of these parts unlocked, though. Let's save and load it again and see what it... The I-beam, the small rotor, structural beam, LY-35, and a flat flag. That's it. So where the hell is the flat flag? Oh, they're being used as the platform. Okay. This thing actually is a really, really good vehicle. It doesn't really like to fly straight though, when you're in not auto gyro mode. So the structural beams are out. Long intake, I-beams, rotor, gear, and flat flag. All right, where are those in the parts tree? I don't know why it puts something like an I-beam as like a late game thing. That's so strange. Kerbal is done playing music, so I'll go back to doing it. That's going to get me the gear and the rotor. All right, that gets 2 of them. Where the heck are the I-beams? Right there. That has all the I-beams. And then, okay, so where's the long intake? It's right there. So we need to unlock that one. That one. And that one. So 760 science. Woof. Just to place ground tracking stations. I mean, we could probably get it from a lunar hopper. We've got most of Minmus figured out. I don't think you really need the long intakes. The long intakes are there for the turbo shafts, Pigzig. You need them. They're not there for show. It's feeding the helicopter engines, dude. Yeah. Have I not taken a Science Junior to Minmus? The moon is ripe for the picking. Nah, let's just launch the ICBM. It's more fun that way. How much science do you get from going to the sun? You can't get too close or else it'll explode. It'll blow stuff up, Pigeon. With that being said, there is some science to be had from there. There is a Sentinel solar space telescope that you can unlock in the science tree over here. It's that one. You unlock the Sentinel infrared telescope. Actually, no, that detects asteroids. I forgot. But I thought you could put that thing in... No, you have to put it in solar orbit. Sorry, I'm misremembering. You have to put it in solar orbit and it'll start detecting asteroids for you. And then you can go mine asteroids and stuff. and move them if you really want to. Or build a base on one. You could do all kinds of cool stuff. I mean, yeah, you can move them. You can mine them for fuel. Build a base on one. Build one into a huge base. You can do a bunch of cool stuff with them. I never really did too much with asteroids in any of my saves. I'm looking to change that this time around. Can you change the course of an asteroid to hit Kerbin? Yes. It's not going to do anything. It'll just burn up in the atmosphere, or it'll crash and it'll just stay there. People have brought them down to KSC before. Yeah, I've seen people do that. Dude, some of these the bigger classes of asteroids. So the asteroids in the game go from A to E, A being the smallest, E being the largest. Some class E asteroids in this game are like the size of the VAB. They're huge. They're like 5,000 tons. They're monster asteroids. And those are really cool to make into like fuel depots, or just build a base on one, or move one into place and make it a space station. Super neat. You know how much fuel you can get from an asteroid? Depends on the size. How do you even move an asteroid in KSP? Nuclear? There's a bunch of different ways to do it. I would prefer something with high efficiency, with high thrust, not high efficiency. Because like I said, Class A asteroids aren't that big. The Class E asteroids are huge. Like I said, guys, they're like the size of the VAB. They're gigantic. Not that VAB, the upgraded one. They're huge. Some of them are almost the size of that hexagonal plate. See the plate? Some of them are about that big. Actually, Class E's are more like the astronaut complex plate. But yeah, still pretty crazy. No, I'm looking back and forth between you and YouTube. Hey, Bro Handy, what's up, man? 103-month resub. You did that in an old save. Nice, dude. That's cool. Asteroid Day 2014. Oh my goodness. Oh, does it go to F class ethereal? I thought it was E. F is even bigger, dude. That's crazy. All right. So yeah, let's do intercontinental ballistic ground tracking station. Class E is the biggest? That's what I thought, Tessa. All right, let's go. Ground tracking station. Let's go. All right, where do we want this one to land? Yo, you have a modded save. Oh, okay. Oh yeah, there's also comets in the game. Yeah, and you can fly near them. There's so many, dude, there's so many cool things that you can do in this game. This game's wild. Like, it's still just, the scope is just unreal. Okay, we really want to come down somewhere over here. All right, let's do this. Let's time warp around. Do this in the daytime. That is cool to see. All right, we're basically aiming for the desert plains right there. I think we can hook that up. All right, T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. Hold. Got to turn the sound down. Okay, count resumed. Try this again. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. And liftoff. Liftoff. Octo 3, carrying the Intercontinental Ballistic Ground Tracking Station on a suborbital trajectory. Okay, once again, we're aiming basically dead center in these planes right here. It's going to be a suborbital mission like Rocket Lab's HASTE missions. Uh-oh. Payload's too light. Don't worry, we are executing a flip program. Payload's super light, dudes. I'm not worried about it. It is a little bit of a buster cluck, but it's alright. Just let it drift. It's fine. Don't panic. I got this. Look, it's me. We accelerated too fast because I'm used to the ascent trajectory of the Minmus hopper. Okay, here you go. I can make this work. We can make it work. Like I said, got plenty of Delta V. This is a big dog leg. Pop the fairing. Expose the Intercontinental Ballistic Ground Tracking Station. What's this mission about? I need ground tracking stations, man. That should be good. Okay. Switch back over to the first stage because I did arm the chutes on it. Cape Gabe, 122-month resub. Watching Starship and Booster do a flip maneuver has to be the greatest moment in any KSP player's life. Yeah, I know what you mean, dude. Is this still the Octo 3 architecture? Yeah. I don't really have a good name for this rocket. I just named it after the avionics package. The Octo probe. I mean, Flykin, it's basically Condor 9. This is Condor 9 1.0. It's an old... I had a much older vehicle design that looked exactly like this. And that turned into my Falcon 9 lookalike. Hint, hint. Two drogies. Main chutes. What the hell's that? Huh. We'll do more with this later. I have a couple of block upgrades that I want to do with this vehicle. Why is the green screen so poopy today? Come on, stop being poopy. Poopy green screen. Is this more Electron than Falcon 9? It's more Eclipse than anything, dude. Isn't it enough with a comms network? Ator, ask yourself this, and this is what I mean about that whole critical thinking thing. If I was launching ground tracking stations with a, and you saw me put a communications network up there, dude. What do you think? Do you think is the comm network enough if I'm putting ground tracking stations in? The drogues serve as pilot chutes usually for the mains. Nuclear, yes. You think that the communications network is enough? Oh, okay. Why isn't it enough? Because I didn't design it to be enough. I want my Tidris to work like actual Tidris. Stand by for payload deploy. Okay, stage, bye-bye. We have good intercontinental ground station deployedness. Stage passivation. Stage passivation is confirmed. I wonder if you could land the upper stage with that much fuel. Not with Terrier engines. I thought about it. Not with the Terrier engines, man. Just in case, I'm going to stage the chute. Okay. Just in case we lose signal. Looks like our trajectory is going to end up somewhere over here. That's fine. That's perfect. As long as it's somewhere below Tidris 2, that's good. I didn't need to put that much ablator on, but I put that much ablator on just so we'd keep the mass low. We're in communications blackout. Oh no. Dish is getting a little hot. We're all right. We'll be fine. Yep. We'll be good. I don't know what that was. I don't know what all those explosions were. That stage is over there. It deleted it. Maybe it's stuff that re-entered. Who knows? Oh, nice. We're basically right below Tidris. Perfect. There ain't really nothing out here. There's just grasslands. I think making a cargo plane and flying them over would have been cooler. We're gonna need to make bigger ones eventually, dude. I can't believe that actually worked. Ground altimeter is on. Yeah, see, I didn't want to land in that ridge over there. There we go. Okay, landing legs have deployed. Yeah, I turned the dish to give myself some cross-range capability. That actually freaking worked. I can't believe that. Last, what's up, man? I don't see anything from you. Gabe at 122-month resub. Oh, comments. Yeah, I got you. Ah, yeah. Actually, this is a nice, pretty nice flat area. And boing. Now, you guys were talking about Star Wars before, so, you know, let's take this and we'll name it Naboo. Why is the battery shaking? I don't know. It's probably because we're sitting on the landing legs. We lower it down like that. This looks like Naboo, so we'll, yeah, these grasslands. There. Are those solar panels? Yep. And now we can... There. All right. No, Deep Space Network. There really isn't much out here. I really don't spend this much time on this side of Kerbin. But we're almost directly under that. That's really good. Let's see, do we have a good relay back to KSC? Perfect. All right, now the last one needs to be over here. We really got to be precise with this next one because it's got to come down on the island. Hey, Milge, 4-month resub.
Go at throttle up.
The bridge crane's being put together. Bridge crane? That looks like a lattice crane. Cool, though. How many ground stations do you need? Just one more. I just need one more over here. Just somewhere right here. Basically, ideally, this island right there. That would be perfect. Because KSC is one. Naboo is another one. And then, I don't know, Kerbera. Naboo, yeah, because where it landed looks like Naboo. Yeah, they're raising up the lattice crane at Starbase. I see it. Okay. Name the next one after gym level. Just one more ground station. Bro, please, just one more ground station, bro. Please, please, it'll fix everything, bro. All right. Bother with north-south coverage? No. Nah, we don't need to. Why do you need ground stations plus satellites? That's the way I designed it. My tracking data and relay systems will not go out to the moon. I designed them that way on purpose. If they're designed to just keep constant signal in low Kerbin orbit. So I didn't design them to relay all the way out. I use ground tracking stations to do that. I designed them to only be able to throw basically from one to the other. Maybe you could get a connection out to the moon, maybe. My ground tracking stations are the ones that are powerful enough to go further. And these ground tracking stations that I'm building are pretty much good enough to go to Minmus, and that's about it. We'll upgrade them later. Could you have an anchored buoy in KSP? Technically, it's possible. In shallow water, synonymous, yeah. Yeah, I designed it this way on purpose, Casey. Did the stream drop for anybody else? I'm showing no drop frames on my end. They're repairing the lattice crane. Something went wrong yesterday with it. The jib caused some kind of malfunction and the crane wouldn't rise. Good to know, Fitters. Good over there? Yeah. I'm just thinking about how I want to do this. We could launch it retrograde. It doesn't really matter. Yeah, screw it. Let's do it. How about Canberra? All right, let's just make sure we don't, accelerate too much. Actually, it'd probably be better if we went posigrade and came all the way around. Even if that means, like, circularizing the upper stage. And then bring in, rods from the gods, the dang thing. That would probably be a good idea. Yeah, so we can get the first stage back. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Only we're going to do less flipping this time. You want to know at least one car reference in the save. Yeah. All right, so we'll go all the way around. You know what? I think I can lob a stage over this. I changed my mind. We're going retrograde. T-minus 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. And liftoff. Throttling back the engines. Roll program. We're gonna do a no-no. Gotta keep the dynamic pressure low on the front of the vehicle, so you do that by throttling back. Much better. Not much better. Need more control authority, dudes. To get this right. Gonna make it. Gonna make it. Gonna make it. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, dude. Despite the damn flip tail fins? No, I just need... I gotta dial in more gimbal for the upper stage. It's no problem. Okay, we gotta dial in some inclination here, so we'll dogleg. Just a little bit. To the Three Amigos reference. Thank you. Fairing separation confirmed. Gonna make it. Gonna make it. I made it. That's a good movie, man. What do courage and stupidity values do for the Kerbals? It kind of that influences what their reactions are to different events. So like high G-forces, Jeb is like, because his courage and stupidity are maximum. Have you ever done an RP1 modded playthrough? No, not on stream. I don't really plan on it either, Fatal. I get asked that question quite actually every day. All right. Seco. It's probably because Martin Seidelpants started streaming RP1. More people are seeing it. I don't know. Yeah. I wouldn't mind like the realism progression. I just don't, fellas, I just don't really see the need in playing with real solar system. All that's going to do is just take more time. It's going to take me more time to engineer everything because your delta V numbers just have to be bigger. Like this gets the point across just fine. I don't know. Jigsy, you beat workers and resources, container exports of everything for alcohol via shapes, planes, trains, all of which I'm manufacturing with nuclear, renewable energy, all unrealistic. At the point where I don't have to click anything and it runs perfectly, I'm proud to say the least. Jigsy, that's awesome. Yeah, you have to use RSS with it. What's the difference? Like, everybody's like, oh, you gotta play RSS, you gotta play RP1. Like, why? What's the difference? I teach how to engineer. Like, the task doesn't matter. Could I engineer a rocket that could get into Earth orbit? Yeah. In Kerbal, yeah, of course. Like that's not, I don't really see the appeal for, like, as something to stream to people. I think the historical aspect of RP1 would be a huge CC portrait stream. It's something I already do. I mean, guys, Raptor side chat time. Crispy. I mean, fellas, like I'm telling you, you're not doing a good job selling it to me. Crispy jump scare. Yep. So no, it has no actual gameplay effect. No, the job title ethereal of a Kerbal is way more important. All right. We got a good splashdown on the stage. Oh, nice. Got it right off the bat. The difference is you have less margins and it's less arcadey, more realistic and painful. Something the vast majority of users don't want to watch. Proven by metrics. Yeah. I mean, there's no notorious RSS, RO, RP1 streamers, guys. Like, telling you, it sounds fun and appealing, and I'm not saying that I couldn't do it. I mean, you know, good and well I could. It's just there's not... I'm telling you, the market is not there. And I don't really like admitting that, but I'm having fun playing Career, so let's just play Career. Do it. You won't. That's right. I won't. And the more people bug me about it, the more I don't want to. So, I mean, I don't know. Looks like we may have done a slight overshoot here. We got to take into account that Kerbin's coming at us. That should be good to take into account the orbit. All right, let's try to hit the island. See, I got to take into account that the island's going to be rotated where we come down and re-enter. Let's go for it. Come on, baby. Come on. Okay, yep, let's just deploy that. This is looking good. Bye, stage. Arm the chute while I still have a signal. Oh, that was close. Gonna make it. I think we might overshoot. Not by much. This is a pretty steep trajectory. That was the stage blowing up. Don't worry about that. Ah, balls. Too much. Just barely too much. I might be able to cross-range the satellite. Hold on. If I get a signal back... It actually worked. We did slow down. Man, I almost had that. We might still be able to get that ridge. Hold on. I'll try. Need to be over here. Nah. Ah, I missed it by that much. How is the stage still alive? Jeez. All right, well, whatever. See, this is why I like placing them with planes, because you always run the risk of doing this. And this, for what it's worth, this absolutely was the island that, I put ground tracking stations on in the past. I put them over there, in that peninsula right there. I remember now. We weren't too far off, but... yeah, I abandoned the mission. That's a write-off. Next. Maybe a buoy version? That's not what I designed it for, so that's mission failure in my opinion. I don't like that. I don't like that I failed the mission, but hey, whatever. Trying to fly that tank. I got freaking close. Wait, why is it still alive? How are you still alive? That's what I wanted to see. Yeah, that's what I was waiting for. Cool. I was like, why are you you still alive? You should not be alive. All right, we can go for it again. It's the scatterer, dude. Yeah, there's seaweed and stuff. It's pretty cool. Can KRPC be used to automate shoot and leg deployment if you were to drop them like bombs using docking ports under wings? Yes and no. I mean, more yes than anything, yeah. Did you finish making the rocket? I guess it was a Saturn V, am I correct? It was not a Saturn V, Shinji. The last time I built a Saturn V in this game was like 2019. You ever wonder why we're here? It's one of life's great mysteries, isn't it? Load up another one. I don't remember. It was 4 months ago. Oh, the Prometheus rocket. Yeah, I finished it. It kind of works. It kind of doesn't. But it is a good rocket. That was in a different save, dude. All right. Let's try this again. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Got a good ignition. Too late for that, Tessa.
Discovery,
hey, man,
go and throttle up.
Stand by for Miko. Oh, it's getting a little hot, huh? Perfect. Good stage separation. Everything's working good there. Hey, one thing about RSS is that it's taught me a lot more about how real-life rockets work because of the Delta V required. Yeah. And my trial and error always leads me to a design that a rocket company's already made. Convergent design is a thing, dude. Bearing separation confirmed. The upper stage has 4 Terrier engines in it. What happened to KSP2? I think the developers are asking the same question. They shuttered it, man. It's abandonware. So is Kerbal 1 for what it's worth. Should get us what we want. Seco confirmed. Okay, let's use the stage to dial in. Get the trajectory right. All right, I'm thinking that should be good enough. Stand by for payload separation. Separation confirmed, arming the chutes. That is a superbly steep trajectory. Yeah. Okay, about to have a plasma blackout. Got a loss of signal. Yeah, I mean, 95, a capsule would burn up with a heat shield. Like, would burn up on this trajectory. The space shuttle, forget it. Even Starship, it would... Yeah, no, not happening. No. Don't do this. There we go, we good. We good. Would you see China design as convergent or nah? No. I think we're all right. Just barely, though. What mods do you use? Yeah, in chat. Ringo. Doesn't the Terrier have really bad thrust? 60 kilonewtons of thrust at 345 seconds specific impulse, dude, and it's 500 kilos. That's an incredibly high thrust to weight ratio. Ground altimeter. Main chute. Of course, we're coming down in some frickin' trees. legs. Power generation is prime. We're good. Hello? I think that was the stage impacting. But I don't see any blips around. There's no vehicles or anything around. And touchdown. Fine. You love to see it. You love to see it. There. This is the island of Canberra. Last time we built ground tracking stations, I put the... When did I do that? When did I do that? I don't remember doing that. Do you remember doing that? I don't remember putting that there. Fly there now? I don't have a plane that can go over there. The shuttle mission mode? I don't remember putting that there, dude. Wait a minute. If there's one there, that means there's got to be another one where the other ground tracking station is. Right? Like, I put a runway over here. It doesn't do anything, though. It's just a runway and a hangar. Yeah, Kerbal Constructs bleeds into other saves. Yeah. Wait a minute. Hey! Part of the upper stage. Cool. All right, I'll recover that. I put a communications array there too, but I don't think it does anything, Oridon. I mean, pandemic was a weird time with long hours, probably then. I don't remember putting that there. But, dude, if I put one there, there's got to be another one. I clearly thought about this, right? I mean, I put one at the desert. I put one over there. There's got to be another one around. How would we go and find it? I remember. There's a cove down here. Time to build that plane. Do you think we could have Falcon 9 as an ICBM? No, too big. I mean, you could, but it's too big. What's that? Nope. Nope. Perhaps maybe I put it over here. How the heck are we gonna see that though? What Panderific said. Does the constructs menu on the tracking station screen list them? Well, let's look over here. Recovery bases, other, water launch, runways. What does that say? Helipads? Dude, I think I put it down here. I'm pretty sure it's over there. On this, like, island area here. And I have no way to go to it. Like, how do we go to it? I'm pretty sure I put it on the coast. It's right there. I remember now. That one jogged my memory, interestingly enough. It's in this lagoon. I remember now. Because I thought that would be cool. There's nothing here in the damn grasslands. Launch from Woomerang or something? No, I know what we can do. Yeah, when you've been playing for so long, you accidentally Easter egg yourself. For real. So, that station is right here. I know I put a runway down there. I'm pretty sure. Wait, what's that? That's desert. Diego Kerman. There it is. I got it. Kerbera. Yep. Do you need to go there for it to show up? I don't remember. How do we get out there? I don't think I made it a runway or anything, dudes. This is from an old save. Kerbal Construct stays persistent through the saves. You could use set position for testing. I did put a ground tracking station there, but it's closed. I think you need to go to them to activate them. Yeah. I don't think I have a... I know I don't have a plane that has that range. Look. Oh, SpaceX finally put the buoy cam out, huh? Put out the buoy cam footage. All right. Audio, guys, is gonna get loud. No, okay, I kept the audio down. We'll get it. Yeah, guys, we're gonna see a ship catch soon. Pretty damn soon. Finally, the SN-15 view, but from space. It's pretty good, man. I feel like V2 would have been ready for a catch. Slot, if flights 7, 8, and 9 didn't go as bad as they did, dude, yeah. They would have been doing catch attempts here. What the hell, man? Yeah, the front's on fire. Yeah, so we still haven't figured out what that's from. What the actual frick, man? The more I watch it, the more I'm just like, what is going on here? What's this? Is that the booster? Yeah, we looked at the booster one yesterday, Goalie. Dude. Did the ship survive? I thought it blew up when it tipped over. It did. SpaceX, they ain't gonna show that. Dude, that's actually crazy. So I don't know what we're going to do about those ground tracking stations. But the cool thing is that we do have runways around the map. All right, we got time enough for one more mission. What do we want to do? Looking at that, I can't wait for you to be able to change your background from booster catch to ship catch. Dude, this ship catch is gonna... I don't know what my brain's gonna do when that happens. When I first saw a booster catch for Flight 7... So Flight 5, I was like, this is awesome, go! You know, like, there's that video's out there, right? And when I saw 7, and I saw the booster come out of the sky, like, Flight 7 was a totally clear day, dude. There was nothing, like, not a cloud in the sky. I tracked the booster with my eyes, no cameras or anything. All the way up, I saw the hot stage jettison, and I saw the thing come right back down and land. My brain couldn't put together what I just saw. I was like, what? Wow. Like, it took the sonic booms. When the sonic booms hit, I was like, oh my God, that was awesome. But like, when the thing is actually flying, I was just like, all right, that's good. Okay. How are you able to do unmanned before manned in launch? Roly-poly. I farmed science around KSC and unlocked the probe core. Yeah, we used the roly-poly. The roly-poly and the lizard. You know the lizard? Is it easier to catch the ship than the booster? I would say that the ship's probably a little bit more difficult to catch. Well, yeah, it's probably easier to catch, or a little bit harder to catch the ship. The reason why is the ship's shorter, so your effective moment control from your engines. So like, think about it like this. Visualize, if you have that big tall booster that's 70 meters tall, right? And you're gimbaling like 2 degrees, right? That's gonna put a small movement on it. But because the booster's so damn big, right? It's not gonna turn it very much. Compare that with the ship, which is a lot shorter. That same 2 degrees of movement is gonna make it move a lot more. So the Raptors really need to be buzzing around to land the ship. That, like, I mean, you saw that from any of the ship landing footage you've seen. You see the Raptors kind of going, they're making a lot of moves. You don't need to do that as much because you have a lot more, because the booster is way bigger than the ship. You have a lot more effective moment. Like the momentum of the booster, coupled with the moment control of like the engines, like gimbaling, right? It kind of stays more stable. I think the booster is easier to catch than the ship would be. The ship catch is going to be difficult. The other thing you got to take into account with the ship catch, even if you're off, dude, it has to be perfect. If you're off by a little bit, you're banging the chopsticks into the thermal protection system, and that's bad. Yeah, you don't want to shuck the tiles, exactly. Yeah, so yeah, the ship I think is more difficult to land. I feel like the ship is also more likely to roll. Yeah. 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 All right. We have all of our ground stations ready to go. Excellent. let's take a look at the missions that we need. And actually, we could spend the rest of the stream doing some upgrades to the Octo 3 vehicle. Build the plane to visit the tracking stations. Why? Yeah, we also don't want a crunched up flapper on. Exactly. Mm-hmm. Would you stop asking me to move that damn probe around? Why are you asking me to move that probe around out of all the other probes that I've made? Yeah, cool. I think with the movement up of the forward flaps, that's probably not going to happen, but... Conduct atmospheric surveys of Kerbin. Valid crash out. Thank you. Can I, like, reject that mission, please? Ah. Surface outpost on the moon. With a processing lab, a cupola, and maintaining stability. When do you think Starship will get a toilet? Not for a while. Lunar Surface Outpost pays really good. Yeah, the docking first contract for sure. We still have a pretty good thing mission out for Minmus. What I really need to do is just figure out what science is left on Minmus that we got to do. We could still do a lot of mystery goo and material studies with the Science Junior, etc., etc. Temperature scan while high over Minmus hasn't been done. So the barometer is totally gone. We've gone. We got maximum amount of science for the hello.
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Underwater radar?
Just spent $300 on a limousine and discovered that the fee doesn't include a driver. Can't believe I've spent all that money and I have nothing to show for it.
Hi. Why do SpaceX blow up boosters in Starship? Wouldn't they learn more if they recovered them? Get rid of it. It's old hardware. Found Sawyer's alt. No, that's Geeson. It's worse. I think we got the seismic scan from everything, dude. Magnetometer report is good. Oh, there's some seismic surveys. Would you be interested in a mod? Nah, Tessa. I don't really want to go too ham on the gameplay changes here, which is why I'm not, like, building a plane to go to those ground tracking stations, you know? Tessa, I really like Kerbal Constructs, though. Kerbal Constructs for a mission mode save would be super, super useful. Having those runways around could assist in recovery efforts so much, dude. How far off are you from the field lab to build some space stations? We could. In fact, I think that might not be the worst idea, Christoph. KSP Lunar Mission speed run. I'm just thinking about what I want to do. You know what? Let's go in here. Let's introduce those upgrades to the Octo 3 vehicle that I want to do. Hmm? 1873. All right, let's do this. In your mind, what kind of propellants do the Octo vehicles use? Octos? This thing? I would say Methalox, yeah. Have you had a chance to look into the Firefly mod? No, I haven't. You know why there are people saying SpaceX is failing at Starship when the spacecraft is in the testing phase, so it won't fail when cargo and people are aboard it? Was that a question, or...? Give me 1 second, guys. All right, well, here's the thing. I added the other tank to this, and now our TWR is 1.12. I mean, Tessa, we could just OC. I don't mind overclocking engines as long as it's within reason. If we boosted these things to 110 of rated performance, which makes sense, you would do that over time with the vehicle design. 110, it'd be fine. It would work. Let's take these things off for a second. The other thing I wanted to do is fix the damn flags, because we did unlock the 2.5 flag. Thank God. What the hell's VSR 3? I thought it said Elsa for a second. VSR 3 is EJ's evil alter ego. Very safe rocket, number 3. Yeah, we can also introduce a couple of upgrades to the stage design. And we can get rid of that hollow inner stage and come up with a better separator mechanism. Also, get rid of the damn parachutes. I hate parachuting liquid fuel boosters. It's doo-doo caca poo-poo. All right. Does upgrading the upper stage engine from 4 to 1 reduce the weight, thereby increasing TWR? So what I'm looking to upgrade to is the Poodle engine. We have 4 Terrier engines here. 4 Terrier engines totals 2 tons at 240 kilonewtons of thrust total at 345 specific impulse. The Poodle engine is 1.75, so it's 250 kilos lighter. It makes 10 more kilonewtons of thrust at 350. King, it's not bad. Was the rotator idea scrapped from like last week? It can work, Nuclear. Yeah, I mean, we could do it. It's just a lot. It's a lot of extra stuff just to make the booster do what you could do with just some extra fuel in an engine. Like, I hate to be that guy, but so yeah, the Poodle would be a great upgrade here. So let me get rid of the offset engine design. And just give me a fairing interstage node. I want to make sure that we're not attaching it to the decoupler so we don't accidentally dump the engine. I do have a decoupler built into this. The decoupler is there to give me a lattice for my propellant, or for my reaction control systems for the stage. Just want to make sure it's connected to the right thing. Okay, shut off interstage nodes. All right, there we go. That looks super hot fire. Yeah, that looks super hot fire. I broke up with my block 1 stage. Here's the number. Psych! It's the wrong number! Maybe if we just did a little bit of that. Oh. Just a little bit of second stage lengthening here. Ready? Yeah. Oh, crap. Right, hold on. Bring it in. 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 There's just a minimal amount of Z fighting there. Then, you know what? I'm okay with it. I'm very okay with it. I'm not a rapper. I'm not an engineer. I'm not an engineer. I redesigned my second stage. It has more delta V. Oh! I'm not an engineer, though. Good. Now, honestly, guys, I never even came close ever to using these monoprop tanks, so I might get rid of them on the second. Not get rid of them fully on the second stage, but. Hold on a minute. I don't want to get rid of them fully, but I don't think we need that much monoprop on there. So I didn't have these at the time, but I want the smaller balls, you know, the more compact ones. Whatever, you know what I mean. Okay, get rid of that. Why, do those unlock later? They do. Yeah, monoprop. You don't unlock your smaller balls until later in the tech tree. They're higher evolved or something. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Yeah. It's fine. Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. The question about monoprop, guy called monoprop. It's not a guy. He is a propellant. Kyron, obviously. Come on, EJ. That's Bologna. Bologna. Okay. All right. You're Bologna. Giving this stage a quad. Quad what? Does the poodle fit into the interstage fairing? No, we have to redo it anyway, but yeah. No, not yet, Tessa, but yeah, we gotta redo it. We gotta make that hollow fairing action, so but we can do it here sufficiently. Disable staging, short, and then put the stupid nose cone on there. I hate these things so much, but yeah, that's what's needed. See, that attached to the damn engine. Want that. Put the damn nose cone on it, no shroud. No truss structure on the... You up for a quick laugh? What's that? You up for a quick laugh? What's this? Black Eagle, I saw your question before. Did I not answer it? Maybe I read it and didn't answer it. I don't want to switch it to Octo. I'll put other decals on it, dude. Sorry. I'm reading everything you say. I just don't. Also, why did that thing look like Falcon 9 but with an EUS on top? Because it's designed for application, dude. Octo is really built to work. It's not supposed to be a Kerbalized version of a real rocket. It's just our own design. I mean, I borrowed the engine configuration from Falcon 9. But, yeah. I don't know why you would do that, Baron. But whatever. And you gotta concentrate when you're doing this fairing stuff, guys, or else it gets poopy doopy angry with you. We're gonna lengthen our inner stage a little bit, and what we're gonna do is we're gonna edit the dang thing. And we're going to close it on the engine section. And then we got to move this thing down here. And take the stupid nose cone and just put it back in there. That should make the fairing hollow. You don't have to concentrate with new rockets. That's a lie. This also. European Space Agency awards contract for reusable stage recovery vessel. Oh, they're actually doing that. Oh, they're actually doing it. That's not just somebody that spent 5 minutes on a CAD program. Well, that's good. Perfect. So I lengthened the inner stage, guys, and we did an inner stage with an engine plate behind it. Inner stage with an engine plate behind it should give us a hollow fairing. Wait, where's the decoupler? Oops. Yeah, I didn't move that. I didn't do that right. Hang on. Please hold. That needs to be like that. Now move the decoupler. So this thing should structurally act like an interstage now. I don't like the overlap. Then for your very first question again, have you heard of Detroit's newest car company called Mutiny? Yeah, it's Andy Diderosi's project. Yeah, he's working on an open source kit car. Yeah. Yeah, dude. And yeah, he founded it in a lawnmower equipment manufacturing factory in Detroit. Yeah, dude. Got to redesign this. We have to redesign it. Link Belt Factory. Yeah, there you go. I got to redesign this. This isn't lined up how I really want it. I know what I gotta do. You see this? See that ring right there and how it just looks a little weird? I don't like that. I mean, that's a good idea. All right, hold up. Let me get a ruler. I gotta redesign this. This is just more of a refactoring thing, guys, to make sure that this whole thing works well. But yeah, Black Eagle, I know Mutiny. Yeah, I watched his video where he announced it the other day. Primo's father was actually the one that told me about that. Told me about that channel. And my father-in-law, he too likes cars. Those mini trucks and vans are super cool. Yeah, the K truck. K trucks are cool. I want one. I would like a K truck eventually. There we go. That looks sleek. All right. So what I'm doing here, guys, is a little bit of a trick that you can do in KSP. If you build a fairing and you close it on an engine plate, and then if you move the engine plate behind the fairing's pivot point, it'll make the fairing hollow, but it'll also make it so anything that's inside of it gets occluded. Very, 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 very useful. What I want to do now, actually, that's not too bad the way it is. I mean, I just don't like that little bit of Z fighting that it's doing down at the bottom here. That's actually not bad. I don't mind that. It's gonna have a little stripe right there, but that's okay. Or we could just make it look real slick. Yeah, I like that. That's fine. All right, and this thing does seem to be closed on that. So, all right, let's go here. Take this bad boy. And absolute snapping, it should have minimal over. All right, get that edge right there. I don't want these to overlap too much because it'll mess with the design. Move this back a little bit. Yep, okay. It's the front edge of this thing, so we just got to take our engine plate and we got to line the plate. There. Now we take the fairing, edit the bad boy. Close it. Take this. All right, get rid of the ruler. Take our inner stage. Right, and then we grab the decoupler, the big old decoupler. Oh. Yeah, baby. Minimal overlap. Perfect. Cool. Waiting on a stupid oil filter from Amazon delivery. Got a truck on the lift and no oil filter. PH 3675. Guess what vehicle? Dodge Ram. Thinking I should add a vent in the heat shield for your Starship. Have the burnt flap. Oh, geez, Yum Food. Yeah. There's still a few doubts about long-term success. My thing with Andy DiDerossi's project, not that I could do any better, Black Eagle, because I really couldn't. Dude, I applaud what he's doing. I think it's awesome. I think he's got a great idea. I'm just worried about capital for scaling here. I mean, dude, making kit cars is all fine and dandy. That's fine, right? Okay, where are you raising the money for this? Like, how are you going to raise the money to get all the tooling that you need to build these kit cars? Are these kit cars a body on chassis vehicle? Is it a frame? Is it a unibody design? Or because then you're going to need stamping. You're going to need a lot of stamping. More stamping presses than can fit in the link belt factory. That's for sure. Now, don't get me wrong. I don't think he shouldn't do. I'm not saying don't do it. I'm just. That's what I'm wondering. He hasn't really talked too much about that in any of his videos. I would be looking at Factory 5. Rarest? Yeah, I would be looking at Factory 5 and Yeah, going from there. An inflatable heat shield knocker locks for ULA smart reuse. Yeah. There is, on the engine section for Vulcan, there's a hollow area right here to put an inflatable heat shield. How many LVT 45s do we have? 9 in this design? 167, so 168. 168 times 9 gives us 1,500. I hate pairing different types of engines in an engine section, Ator. I can't stand it. Overclock these to 110% and you get 184.8. Nah, I got something, fellas. Don't worry about that. That's perfect. 113.23. Just like we did with Prometheus, we're just going to give these a little bit more kick out of the box. Good. Did you see the close-up of Starship's right flap? Tiles unzipped in an area not affected by the removed tiles. Are you talking about this footage? I don't know. Just 3 or 2 skipper engines? No, we got it. Yeah, do you think they'll ever move the aft flaps more forward and out of the plasma? Maybe. What are you talking about here? You said the Starship's right flap. I assume you're talking about the one we can see. Tiles unzipped in an area not affected by removed tiles. Where is the unzipping happening here? Right here? There was a tile missing there. There was a tile missing on both sides. Here, I'll show you. Could have unzipped all the way down, dude. Dude, I mean, the other thing is that it's just really hard to tell what's going on there. But I mean, it ain't anything we weren't talking about yesterday, dude. The back of this area, the back of this thing gets so goddamn hot. I didn't really get the torture test as a first step. Old hardware, dude. We'll see more all up Pogo, we'll see more all up torture tests, but not torture testing. We'll see more all up testing when the Block 3 ship flies. I'm pretty sure they won't do any more tile tests. That hole is way lower. Yeah, tiles unzip, Black Eagle. They unzip. They go down. They unzip with the flow. Or tiles came off down there. I don't know, man. I know there were tiles missing over there, so. You don't think they'll go until it eventually doesn't survive, though, right? No. How much Delta V does Stage 2 have? So, 2385, dude. 2385 at 0.8 TWR. But no, but that is with 10 tons of payload. You take it off and put it more in line with the lander package, like the Minmus lander package. It's 2,800. In fact, 6 tons, about 6 tons is what we were originally aiming for, right? This thing could easily pop 10 tons into Leo. I mean, 2365 out of the 2365 out of the first stage is pretty good, man. Considering you need about 3,400 minus 2365. Yeah, dude. This thing can throw 10 tons to Minmus. Pretty nicely, actually. Are your relays balanced to stay upright in water? Not really, no. I never tested them to do that. It's a viable way to do form sheet metal without stamps and dies, as long as you're not trying to pump out huge numbers. What the hell? Why? I mean, this is cool technology, Aqualex, no doubt, but why? Why not just use the stamping? Stamping is easy. That's like, no, like, I don't understand. I mean, dude, like, there's no shortage of, like, old stamping presses around in the United States nowadays, dude. Like, if I was gonna start a car company, that's what I'd be doing. I'd be just stamping. Stamp the damn thing. Actually, you know what would be fun to do? I just had a cool idea. You know what would be fun to do? So, the Coronet. There's enough parts, they make enough reproduction parts to build the whole car. You could just make a new one. Do you know what would be really cool? Just straight up buying all the panels, right? And basically outsourcing your stamping, and then engineer a modern assembly line, you know, with the robotic arms, a modern line to basically assemble the old cars, because there's enough to build it. There's enough to build the whole damn thing. Like, I don't know what the purpose for that would be, right? But with modern tooling, you could theoretically make 1960s cars better than they ever could in the 1960s. But you need a frame. No, not with a B-body, not with Chrysler B-bodies. They're unibodies, so you wouldn't need a frame. You'd need a tool. You'd need tooling, right? The purpose is aura, right? You could do it in KSP. There's no welding in well, there is welding in KSP, but yeah. Because one stamp, not the whole press, costs as much as the whole cell. It's fixed in design. But you said it yourself, this isn't designed for a high production. How cool would it be to have an automated assembly line that churned out B-body Chryslers? That would be pretty cool. If you, okay, all right, idiotic idea. Like, okay, I'd be wondering about the legal juxtaposition you'd be in here, but if you just bought a bunch of the stamping Like you could, there's enough parts to, like, dude, you could just buy the parts in mass. Like I'd go right to the people that do the stamping, right? It is overseas, right? Go right to the people that do the stamping for all these replacement parts, right? And buy it in bulk, right? Enough to make like 40 or 50 cars, right? And could you sell that? Could you sell that as a kit car? You could sell it as a kit car. Like why not? Sell it as a kit car. I mean, Factory 5 does that with a Shelby Cobra, but do they have the licensing for a Shelby Cobra? Yeah, if we just found junk cars with the VIN plate, Tessa, we just buy the VIN plate and put them on the new cars. Technically, we're just buying and selling cars at that point. Otherwise, you're very much infringing on trademarks, yeah. A stamping press is useless without the dies for your specific vehicle. Well, yeah, obviously. Okay, Arclix, I get it. I don't know. Just putting ideas out there. That'd be kind of cool, dude. I'd go to Mopar and be like, yo. Actually, you know what I'd do? I'd build the dang assembly line out and be like, look what I did. You want to license this? Look at that. It's pretty good. They'd probably be okay. Mopar loves doing that. They love putting out restoration stuff. But anyway, all right, dude. So I'm not 100% happy with the block upgrades here. I do like the performance of the vehicle. I don't like this. But it's okay. Look at that. Startup sequence. I'm debating whether we should do more work up here, but I mean, this is pretty good. I would be interested in evaluating the performance of this vehicle, but also we're going to need a separator mechanism here. Yeah, we need a separator mechanism. Except for the PT Cruiser. Nobody was proud of that. Don't worry about that, Tessa. No one proud of that thing. That thing was a piece of poo-poo. I mean, it's to be, you know what the screwed up part is? It's not, the PT Cruiser is not particularly bad. It's a Dodge Neon. It just looks ridiculous. But whatever. Whatevs. I was just looking for clearance. Hey, EJ, why don't you make a Cal controller to actually set up a sequenced ignition? Oh, we could. The parts are way too over-engineered in Kerbal to really make a difference with that, though, dude. That's the thing. You don't really need to. With Prometheus and stuff, yeah, probably would have been a good idea. I'll tell you what we will do, though. Actually, did we do it now? Hey, Nazlik, what's up? I'm thinking, dudes. I'm thinking. Easy smoke comes from the here. Oh, also, Black Eagle. Here's another thing that was just on my mind here. My flag decals pack is pretty cool. You just put my button on it as necessary. You did it anyway, so why not do an ignition sequence? So we could. I mean, an ignition sequencer would be good for reuse, for if we reuse the vehicle someday. Now do the other side in Cyrillic. Nah, I'm good. That just looks weird. I don't like it. That just looks strange. Something about that is just peculiar to me. Hey Bandit, what's up, man? All right, I think we are good to give this thing a test, guys. If we want to test this thing out, I was thinking about adding the reuse mechanism for my stage separators in here. But I don't know. Those don't need to be there. Now that I'm thinking about it, they really don't. I'm trying to have this push on the decoupler ring. So, we can do a separator sequencing for the... I mean, my mind's telling me to build all the reuse mechanisms into this thing, but why? Why? What's the point? We're not reusing it. We can have it come back down and land, but why? Why should we build the reuse mechanisms into the vehicle? That makes no sense. You know? Save that for when you have an unlocked tech tree. Yeah, alright. That's fine. No. No. Not this mechanism right now. I changed my mind. For this, we just use separatrons. Oh, those are gonna get in the way of the raceway. We'll just do this the old-fashioned way. It's fine. So something that I kind of enjoy doing now is taking flags and using my color swatches and stuff, and putting a little like nacelle on here with the flag. It's physics-less, right? It's a physics-less part. It doesn't really make that big of a difference, right? But it still is. It still kind of gets the point across, and I think it looks kind of neat. Like for that, just you have that there for the tank vents and stuff. Nah, you know what? I don't think it looks that good in that regard. Why not put them on the booster like on Atlas 5? What do you... Oh, a booster? Well, if I want to eventually reuse the booster, I don't want the separator mechanism being on there. So something that I just noticed, dudes, these monopropellant tanks carry 7.5 monopropellant for $30, right? And the Stratus 5 roundified monopropellant tank carries 20 monopropellant, and it's $200. So if you put 4 of those on a craft, you get 30 monopropellant for $120. And that one's $200 for 20. Yeah, okay. That was why I would there's no point in using that tank. What's that tank made out of? Lead? But it's bigger. It's not though. It's not. That's 20 monopropellant. That's 7.5. This costs 30. That costs 200. Look, right there. Three balls. 3 balls. You see them? Not 2, not 1, but 3. Sorry. That's the same amount of monopropellant for $90 instead of 200. Why, oh why would you ever use those? Is the dry mass the same? Dry mass of that tank is 10 kilos. The dry mass of that tank is 20 kilos. Okay. It's a size thing. It's a something. Trust me. That's why the smaller tanks are locked behind higher research. Ah, yeah, see, Tessa, that makes sense. Why did I make this instead of using the horn thruster? These have more thrust. It'll be easier to steer the stage around after separation. Okay. All right, there's our Block 2 upgrades, dudes. I haven't figured out a landing leg solution for this thing, but we will. We will. I wish we were able to have craft go autonomously so you could do realistic reuse. There's a way to do it, Turbine. If you launch it right. How did this thing end up being cheaper? Oh, no payload. No payload, that's right. So Turbine, there's a way to do it. If you fly your stage up, separate your second stage, fire it like you normally would, right? Use the bracket keys on the keyboard, switch back to the first stage, turn the first stage around, and boost back, right? As long as you get your apogee above 70 kilometers during your boost back, right? You can do the boost back to get it relatively accurate. ride the first stage up to apogee. As long as it's above 70, you can switch vessels when you're in space, technically. Switch back to the second stage, circularize your second stage, and then if your second stage has enough TWR, you do it before the first stage comes back down, and you switch back to your first stage and land. I've done it many times. It's totally doable. And I have reused stages. I've reused them before. That's why I'm putting in reuse into this design. Eventually, it'd be cool if we could, get this back. But yeah, I can do the boost back. We can land them. It's totally possible. Actually, those don't need to be toggled. It's fine. I mean, I'm not sure we're going to get away with it with this thing, but if we're moving the regular 6 tons, right, that this vehicle was originally envisioned to move, we can do a test flight here, and we can go. I always done a 2-stage SSTO, oxymoronic, I know. Thank you, I'll try it next time I play. Yeah, just make sure your first stage, you have to ghost ride your second stage at stage separation. So separate the second stage, put it on the trajectory that you want, separate the fairing if you need to, and then switch back to the first stage and quickly turn that thing around and boost it back. But you gotta make sure that your AP gets over 70. If you don't get over 70, you're going to have to ride the whole stage the whole way down, and your second stage will re-enter. Yeah, you got to be able to switch vehicles. It's doable. I've done it many times. Oh, yeah. You can always use MacJeb to make it somewhat easy. Could you place the fins on a hinge and have them deploy out from the inner stage? You could, Muffin. I wouldn't. Aero surface inside of a fairing. That's kind of wishy-washy. I like your idea, though. Not you. I know, Daitor. I know. I'm just busting your balls. Don't worry about it. Here. Turbine, I want to do a flight test with this thing. Let's see, before space news, let's see what's good. So, transporter erector build when? I mean, you say that.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Ren gifted a sub, thank you. Oh, it's not in there. I have to find my old KSP screenshots. I don't know where they are. Maybe I put them in here. Nah, same screenshots. What's that? Oh, that's... yeah, no, that's not what we want. Still cool, though. Yeah. I built one before, dude. Yeah, I've built one. Yeah. Hold on. It's in the engineering mode save. I know it's there. Watch. What do you think about that one, Black Eagle? What do you think about that one? When I said I would land these things, I said we landed these things, dude. Decent, I get. Decent, you guess? What? Oh, that's pretty decent, I guess. Bro, it's got a flame trench. Look. How long it took to freaking figure this crap out. Oh, there's also... You can't see it because the hangar's too small, but there's also a HIF. I built the HIF for it too. It's up there. With bridge cranes and everything. It works. Didn't like my other computer. Didn't like my other compute. How many parts is this? No, 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 don't do that. It's 1,800 parts, dudes. It'd work. We know from messing around with Venture Star, it would work. It could do it. That is the one that got away, though. I really, really would like to build another one of those someday. But yeah, I've done that before. I've built launch complexes out, Black Eagle. I've done it, dude. Entire launch complexes. All right. Hig, we should give this another, we should give this another, we should give it a payload, dude, but I don't know. I don't know what we give it. What I could do is use this for, and we could bring that up there and we could dock the capsule to it if we really wanted to. Is your MLV not an updated version? MLV is an updated version of Condor. Yeah, it's a more purpose-built version, Daitor. That'd be sick to build the transporter erector for it. That'd be awesome. Now I feel inadequate with your modular launch pads. Sorry. Part drift is the killer, though. I have ways of getting around that. Do they have flame decals yet? You could make flame decals. I don't have the docking apparatus set up for the pod, though. Boom, this sends up the docking target. You leaving, Black Eagle? Now I feel... Oh, you're saying bye to Warthuz. Bye, Warthuz. Yeah. There we go. I mean, this is a good enough docking target vehicle. I mean, it didn't take too long to make the dang thing. There we go. We don't need extra batteries. There's batteries down there. It goes good, Bucket. How are you? All right. Turbine, if you're still here, let's give this thing a flight. Make sure the engines are dialed. The engines are dialed in. Okay, good, good, good. Going over staging, separation, upper stage ignition, bearing separation, payload separation if needed. All right. Now, Turbine, full disclosure, I don't know if this vehicle is going to do it. I think it might. It might do it. You do need a lot of extra fuel to boost back and land. But maybe it will. It might blow up on the pad. I did redesign the interstage. It might just pop when we put it out. Like, just full disclosure. All right. All right, test flight. Let's go. You have a medium launcher reuse for 3,900 meters a second on the first stage and 4,100 meters a second on the second stage. Jeez, man. I'll show you guys how RPOD works. I really didn't want this to be the target vehicle, but it'll work for this test. Yeah, it should be okay. Oh, f you. Flip the tanks a little? They already are. What's the problem here? Is it the pad or is it the, I think it's the VAB. Oh no, no, it's the pad. I could do it, but we'd have no money. Well, Turbine, it looks like we're gonna have to stick to launching the Block 1 for now. Oh, nice, Erdoc. There you go. Sorry, man. I don't mean to get everybody's hopes up. But we did get our ground tracking stations done today. Yeah, we're gonna need to do more missions. Oh no. What about the nose? I don't like changing. That's a good idea. That's a good idea. I think we should do that. Yeah, cool. All right, guys. Well, that's going to do it for part 11. I'm just going to go grab a quick bite to eat. I hope you guys enjoyed it. We did a lot of small stuff today. It's going to be a little bit before we can use the Block 2 vehicle, the Block 2 version of Octo, which kind of sucks, but all right, doesn't matter. No, I fixed the seat. Nuclear. But another issue I have is I can't build a rocket and hand fly it without flipping it out of control at about 10 kilometers. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, Dan, that's a good idea. Black Eagle, I can teach you about docking, and what you really need to understand is vessel hierarchy. Vessel hierarchy is what blows up your project. That's vessel hierarchy is Kraken bait. I can teach you all about that, dude. Just keep watching. Oh yeah, we're gonna need that later with the other plans that I have for this save. Anyway, you guys know the drill. I'm gonna jog the VOD over on YouTube, and I will be back probably in like 20 minutes for space news. Yeah, we'll say space news starts at quarter till, so 45 past the hour. Random question. Wife and I want to learn to weld. Recommended amperage for a starter welder. Whatever works in your outlet. Whatever works with your home outlets. Just go buy like a 120. A 120 should be fine. I'm once again asking you to use this time for highlight clips. Guys, you know what I was thinking? I was thinking I can't show the promo reel footage and stuff because YouTube will flag it, but I'm jogging the VOD when I'm going and eating and the YouTube stream isn't live. Anyway, I got an idea. Loophole. Yeah, exactly. All right. I got an idea. We'll see if it works. I'll be right back. I'm going to show some NASA footage, a NASA video here. It's about a half hour long. But trust me, you'll learn something. Anyway, I'm going to shut the YouTube bot off. I'll see you guys on the other side. Space News starts in about a half hour. All right, let me just go to the title screen here and go from there. Stand by for loss of signal on the YouTube side of things as expected. Okay, it's just you and me. Just you and me now, Joe. It's really guess. It's a YouTube. It's a shuttle video. No, it's not. Here, enjoy this. I'll be right back.